Hi, FarmTech. Hello. Okay, just a few screws. What is that? Okay. You forgot to unplug UART, apparently. The UART wires. Alright, it's fine. We don't need them anyway. But I need to open or to check UART. Yeah, I will use my wires. I will desolder them. It's better. Here we go. Hi, Gospel. Okay, let's read what is in the ticket. Here we go. I want a reball about the SSD controller and possibly the reball of the APU to try and fix the issue. Let me see on Discord, because we talk on Discord about this issue, and I don't remember now on top of my head why it was saying here we go. Let me read. No, we didn't talk in private about that. So where was the post? On JDT forum? Probably. Let me check. Let me check on JDT. HP Omen? No, it's not this one. Wow, a lot of stuff going on in JDT. Wow, I am so behind every stuff. I think it's this one. No? Hmm. Oh, here we go. I pictured hi. It was Enjoy Forum. Can you tag me quickly if you can, so I can go read the entire post, so you can go after that. Because I can't find the post. Maybe this one, 8080 2081. Ah, yeah, 8080 2081. Yes. All right. Yeah, I found it. I found it. Thank you for the tag, Appy. So this console is having 8080 2081 error, and sometimes is coming with the 8080 2080 error, apparently. And according to my data, 8080 20, where is 2080? I have no data, and 8081 2081 again, no data. I don't have any data. Is a 6-second blue light founded in a PS5 Slim for me with another subcode. Found a console with this error that is working fine and turning on after few attempts. Possibly broken ball or broken traces under the APU or other components. And 2081 apparently is an SSD coprocessor APU data transmission issue. So this is why we are checking this console for SSD controller, because that is the only part we can replace, and the APU itself. Maybe there is a missing component in the line, maybe a resistor or an open circuit resistor. Who knows? We can see. We can see. So we can go start, dive in, screw there, a screw there, one there, and one there, and that is it. Very well packaged, though. Is mangled for some reason. Okay. Okay. So the cable itself is mangled. Do you have other ones? Yeah, it's looking bad. Yeah, it's looking pretty bad. Okay. I will not do anything with this, but this is not our issue for sure. This is not our issue for sure. Nice. Screws are pretty stripped, to be honest. But it's okay. It's an EDM 010. So we should be able to have plenty of informations about that. Oh, he's having also the annoying thermal pads. I can see a lot of heat generate from this area because it's darker. Hi TFN. After replacing the controller with a working one, the previous error are still there and another one added. Yeah. You can, instead of pushing down all the way, you know, the screws, you can simply, when you feel the resistance of the clamp going down, you can stop. You don't need, you know, to fully screw in the screws. Or for a test, obviously, you can simply, you know, keep your thumb in there. Okay. You will not get hurt or burn it anyway, so it's fine. Okay, removing the board. We see. You said it was a working. The heat is from the previous repair from the person I bought it from. There was a replaced MOSFET, and if you remember, those resistors swapped. Ah, okay, in that area. Okay, that is the same console, huh? You know, that can mean the APU might be fried at this point, you know. Because that is the line that is going into the APU. If there is some issue, huh? I don't really know, but it's okay. We can see. We can see what we can do. Okay. So personally, hi Bodger. Hi Tristan. I hope for you not. So I would start by reballing again the SSD controller, just in case, you know, because you say it is a working SSD controller. But the process might have been, you know, gone wrong or something like that, and you didn't catch something. We can go under the microscope and see what is happening. Maybe around the area. checking for some diode readings or resistance reading, maybe inspect the board for missing components around this area. Who knows? And even checking for resistance, yeah, about the APU. Let me check the resistances of the APU first, to confirm there is anything is all right. So going into resistance, sorry guys. SSD controller is always darker. It's normal. Let me put the multimeter on the screen. Here we go. Nice. So, checking the values of the APU. Let me see the values of the APU. So we have 10 ohm there, which is fine. 0.4 there, which is fine. We have 31 for the RAM chips, which is fine. Then we have 3.4 ohm, which is fine. 33 ohm, which is totally fine. Then we have the 1.8, which is 1.6 kilo ohm, which is fine. Then we have, I believe is there, the 1.8 and 3.3 for the APU. I believe is there. So yeah, 100K and 11K, which is totally fine. Let me see this one, 2 kilo ohms, fine. And I think that is it. There is probably a 0.75. This is one maybe. No, it is 28K, so it is fine. No issues in that. Let me see this one. This one should be the input. Yeah, 12 volt input. Yeah, so it's fine. This one too probably. No, this is the 5 volt. Yeah, no, I checked before. And we have more than 20 kilo ohm there. All right. So let me check in. Randall had an issue with the resistor is the 0.751. Okay. Oh no, it's not working because I didn't start the server on purpose this time. Bear with me. Bear with me. So let me check again in diode mode. For some of the data lines, removing the beep. 46. Just to be sure, they're supposed to be totally equal. This is going into another section of the board, but it should be. Oh, that is the external SSD. Where is going? Okay, but we can have a peek and see if everything was all right, which it is apparently. Oh, this one is another line. Let me check. 46. This one 32. 32. Yeah, which is okay. Nice. Then we have a few lines there after the capacitor, but there is some stuff in there. Let me see. So there is some flux residue, which is fine. Can be maybe one of those resistors not working. Kind of hard to tell because we need to take out everything in order to test them. Maybe one of those capacitors has gone bad, who knows? But we can test again in diode mode, checking this line 32. See if everything is standing out. Oh, no, this is the line that is going again on the external SSD. So it's normal to have no readings in there because it's going on the outside. But we should have a reading on the inside, so toward the SSD controller. Nice. So testing those ones. 39. 39. So everything seems fine, seems okay. As far as I can tell, at least for the data lines that are normally used for the SSD to communicate with the console, with the processor, the APU. Let me inspect the power management chip for resistance. In this point, we have 64, 63, so the SSD controller, yeah, is having a good resistance. .5 kilo ohm, which is totally fine. Then in this place we should have several kilo ohms, which we do. And in this point we should have 650 ohm, which it does. So everything is looking totally fine. Okay, let's inspect the board. Maybe for missing components or whatever the case may be. blown components, cracked components, or suspicious component. I don't know, everything that can stand out. Maybe a broken track even. You know, everything can happen. Or maybe traces of liquid metal. You can never know. Let me see around the APU. Oh, what is that? No, it's just dust. This is dust. This is not a broken trace. That could have been simpler. Hi, Garberding. I am doing okay. I am tired, to be honest, but I need to work on this. I have no choices. I need to do work. Let's see the APU data lines. You know, checking the tracks. Everything has to be perfect. There are some traces of liquid metal, to be honest. You can see there. This is liquid metal. This is not good. This is not good. So obviously it doesn't do anything in there, but there is liquid metal. Tiny, tiny little spot of liquid metal. Going around the RAM chips. Nothing unusual, I guess. I don't know if someone reflowed the RAM chips. It seems like there is flux under the chips, or there is is wet around the chips. So maybe someone also attempted a reflow on every RAM chip. This is the TPM chip, and it's looking okay. Those are that is flux residue basically, probably from factory. I don't know. We can clean it though. There is an area of work there. Where is it? No, it's not that one. It's this one. I think that is the area where it was mentioning before. that someone swapped a few resistor there. Yeah, you can see the scratches. Yeah, so this is the area people worked on before, and they mess up the values of the resistors apparently. And let me look at the soldering jobs. Yeah, probably it is connected. Let me have a look in a different position. Where is the chip? But we need to check. Think it's that one? No, probably not. No, that is not the. Is it? No, it's this one. We need to check on this one. Yeah, here we go. This is the one. And apparently the chip it is okay. I can maybe spray some alcohol to get rid of the flux and residues. Yeah, it is soldered. Now let's check the other side. And it is soldered. Yeah, everything is looking fine there. Okay, so what next? Even this one has been replaced. Where is pin number 1? What is it? Yeah, pin number 1 is in correct position. Just making sure. So far I didn't see anything that can create an issue. No apparently broken tracks or liquid metal presence in abundance that can create issues. The areas has been worked on in a good way. So now it's time to check the APU for potential issues, maybe cracks. I hope not. I hope we don't have any cracks, but if so, at least we know it is fixable or not. Okay, someone went mad at this APU. It had a dry spot, a big dry spot, and they used something that scratched the top. This is not good. You can see how scratched it is. That should be pretty much spotless or shiny, no, mirror finish. I don't like this. to be honest. Will this prevent the console from working? No. But it's not good anyway. It seems like someone went on the APU with the sandpaper. Look at this! Oh my goodness! And obviously there are still a few marks left, you know. And this was having a big dry spot, basically. I can tell you, this was a one massive big dry spot, you know. And I think there is an internal issue in the APU at this point. But it's not cracked, but it suffered a lot of overheating. Well, we can crack the APU, you know, and then dim it and fix. Okay, we can also check if there is maybe liquid metal going under by squeezing, you know. Squeezing. If we see the sealant, you can see the sealant is coming out from the stuff, mean everything is fine, and it should not be any presence of liquid metal under the sponge. Okay? If we don't see the sealant, there might be an issue at that point. For example, in this position, the sealant is not coming out from the sponge. Okay, so this position might be a point of failure, so the liquid metal could have gone under it. Okay, so we need to recover all this liquid metal and remove the sponge. We need to inspect for liquid metal under the sponge. Sorry, I was not in frame. I am recovering the liquid metal. Any bit of it. From the sponge. We don't want any drop of liquid metal on the APU when we remove the sponge, the protective sponge. And for APU reball, we need to remove the sponge anyway, so It is fine. Where is my liquid metal syringe? Here we go. Oh, look at all the oxide left, and crap also. Good. Now we can safely remove the sponge from the APU and have a look under it. So lifting the sponge from one corner, letting the sealant time for unstick itself from the APU so we can potentially reuse it. I know I'm out of frame, sorry for that. I cannot show this process in a clear way. I am using the tweezer. Yeah, I can probably show this in frame. You can see there's the sealant basically, and I'm using the tweezer to unstick it from the APU. Slowly. Here we go. So the sponge has been saved, and basically that was the failure point I could see before. So from this corner, since this is not well placed, liquid metal could have gone under the APU, under the sponge, not the APU. Sorry. The other ones are totally fine. You cannot see, but this, look at this. It shouldn't be gray in this area, but it apparently is looking like some liquid metal got in this part too. Okay, because the sealant didn't contact the APU well enough. So again, let's go in over. We can see there is some gray markings there, potentially a sign of liquid metal Hi, welcome back. I don't think it was removed, but I don't know. I mean, there are some marks there, you can see. Those are not factory ones, I think. But there is potentially a problem down there. You can see there is traces of liquid metal. Let me clean, and I will remove also the black tape just in case to inspect under it. So coming with IPA. Cleaning every single bit of liquid metal. Ciao! Non posso dire il tuo nome ovviamente, ma ciao! Anyway, I was telling other people, you can see how badly scratched is the APU. Have you done this, or the previous person that working on this console have done this? Because to me, this is looking like there was a massive dry spot, okay, over this area, and there was solid liquid metal that got stuck into, or crystallized liquid metal, I would say, crystallized liquid metal that got stuck on the APU surface, and I got with the, I don't know, sandpaper or stuff. It was like that already, yeah. Because this can be a clue. You know what I mean? The console was badly overheating, and this can be an internal fault of the APU. Obviously, we cannot confirm, we cannot agree or disagree with this, but it can be a clue when you have stuff like that, because this is not normal. Absolutely not normal. Okay, let me inspect under the tape now. So I will remove the tape with my blade. Let me clean the blade also, and some hot air. Okay, peeling the black tape so we can save it for after. Yeah, let me go for an overhead camera, so because seeing that under the microscope is a nightmare for me. Here we go. Started to get under. 100 degrees is more than enough. We just need to soften the glue. Good. Now I will try to. I wanted to use the tweezer, but that can be risky. Maybe I will tear the tape. Okay, should be enough. Here we go. We can save it, and we can put it on the. I don't know how what is called this paper. Is the one that is coming with the warranty seals. So we can save it, and then we can inspect again under the microscope. I'm doing the checking first. I want to be sure there is nothing wrong elsewhere before doing the controller. Microscope. So you can see there was gray stuff, but I don't think that is liquid metal. Can be dust and debris of the sponge. Let me have a look closely at the capacitors. Maybe there is a tiny little drop of liquid metal. We don't know. That can be interfering with the APU work. So we need to inspect. What is that? Is that liquid metal? In this capacitor there, in between those two, is that liquid metal? No, it doesn't look like. Maybe it's a dry flux from factory. But we can do a little bit of a cleaning after it. Obviously, we need to inspect the other side now. Focus. Just to be sure there is nothing. And there is none. Now this part. What is that? Is that liquid metal? Yeah. Look. This is liquid metal. So liquid metal, obviously that is not an issue because it's only on this leg. It's not bridging. Hi, Mercuraz. And yeah, maybe good morning for you, but it's 9 p.m. for me. So there was a liquid metal trace, yeah, there, which is not good. Inspecting stuff again. Maybe there. What is this? Look, again. Another spot of liquid metal. This is liquid metal, guys. Seven a.m. there, yeah. Bon appetit. Yeah, the dreaded liquid metal. But apparently none have drop, in a place to cause any potential issue. Maybe down there. What is this? That is liquid metal. Look at there. Those are drops of liquid metal. Look at there. Look there. And I haven't done anything about the liquid metal. I just cleaned the liquid metal. Again, checking those capacitors very near to the APU just to be sure. So apparently there are no bridges. But there is liquid metal presence on the caps of the APU, which is not good. It's totally not good. Look at all those spots. I didn't put liquid metal there. You can see liquid metal, liquid metal. This is liquid metal. Tiny, tiny little drops of liquid metal. Okay, let's clean the liquid metal with IPA, but I also at this point want to see under the APU, just in case, if there is any liquid metal spillage that got under the APU. So let me go out of the desk, if I can reach out of the desk with my microscope, which is not very possible. Let me rotate the microscope. And then let's look under the micro. If there is any liquid metal. So on this side, apparently there's nothing. Those are just reflections of the ball because the PCB is shiny. Yeah, it would have been good to find a bridge. I agree. Let's see. On this side of the APU, I don't see any liquid metal there. Or if there is, it's very, very imperceptible. Now, let's check this side. Yeah, they are looking good. It's also very hard to spot liquid metal in this way, to be honest, unless it's very it's a very good amount of liquid metal. Let's check the last side. Don't think that is liquid metal, because those are the capacitors. Here we go. So the shiny solder joints maybe trick you in thinking that is liquid metal, but it's not. Okay, so we inspect all the four sides of the APU, and apparently there is none under it. So there is no liquid metal under the APU, which is fine. It's totally fine. Now, at this point, let me spray isopropyl alcohol, a good bath of isopropyl alcohol, and a good brush. So every single drop of liquid metal that is in between the capacitors can be cleaned off or moved out of the way. Again, IPA, and then we can grab a microfiber cloth. So the microfiber cloth will get all the liquid metal away from the APU, if there is any. Any small little drops, it will capture it. So we will be safe. Another bath, just to be sure. Yeah, you're right. Using a brush might flick the liquid metal around, but it's fine. We don't want the liquid metal on top of the APU. It's fine in any other places, but not on top of the APU. Very nice. Again, coming with the microfiber. Now inspecting again. Inspecting very closely if there is any trace left of liquid metal. Even from top is totally fine. We can use a dry brush to clean eventual debris that may deceive us in thinking there is a liquid metal or whatever. Good. Very, very nice. Now, for the time being, we can use thermal paste to test the APU functionality, because thermal paste can at least allow us to turn on the APU. So we don't use the liquid metal and don't spill any around. Yeah, I'm still very concerned about this, to be honest, this side. It is very, very scratched up and can have potentially, you know, create micro cracks in it. This should not be looking like that. This should look like a perfect razor edge finish. Okay, I think it's fine for now. We can potentially try and see what is happening with some thermal paste. Or I can even, you know, put liquid metal. I don't want to put liquid metal. Well, I will not put the console in vertical, obviously. Let me try the power sequence. Let me try the power sequence first, because power sequence has already been tried, and apparently it was low. It was lower than 300 something milliamps. So coming with the 12 volt, I can achieve to set up 12 volt. Here we go, 12 volt, 12.05, so it's 12 volt. Okay, coming with the on the HDMI port, it is fine, the ground. So I will have a good ground. And how much is the power in there? Let me switch back to 1 volt so I have 3 amps. So getting lower to 500 milliamps, which is totally fine. Here we go. Going back to 12 volt. Here we go. Perfect. Now it's time to check for the power consumption. So 1, 2, 3. 31, 2, and 227. And it's hanging in there. And then it's dropping down. So it's not fully booting. Yes. This is an issue. For an EDM 010, it should go to 300, 350 milliamps and then drop back down. So there is an issue. There is an issue. 220 milliamp. Sometimes it's getting stuck low, and sometimes it's putting normally, so till 300 milliamps. So removing the ground. Okay, I saw even 280 milliamp, but it's not reaching 300. So it's a very weird boot sequence. Yeah, no, there is something wrong. There is something wrong with the power sequence. Let me check PS5. PS5 power rail, voltage rail, boot sequence diagram. Okay. Yeah, 225 milliamps. Check SSD controller for shorts. So there is an issue with the SSD controller area. So I don't think it's an APU issue. I think it is something wrong with the SSD or the SSD, what are called the SSD. Try pushing on the SSD controller. Yeah, that can be, but, or maybe bending the board. Even that can be, helpful. So bending the board, obviously slightly, not in too much way. Let me see. No, 225. No, it's still 225. Even if I bend the board, maybe there is the cache chip that is having an issue. I don't think so. Oh, it reaches 300 this time. But let me see again. $280 when I push down on the cache, I see. Again, is reaching more stably the 300 mark if I press on the cache SSD. Again, 285, 300, and then drop 0. So yeah, there might be an issue of balls. Let me press on this area, for example. Let me see. I'm bending slightly up. Oh, you reball this one before the controller. Okay. No, if I press on this side, it's going to 220 and hang in there. Okay, so there is something about the reballing, probably. Okay, let's, at this point, I would say it's better to forget about the APU, because I don't think there is an issue there. Since the power sequence is not complete, I don't think it's an APU issue at this for the time being. It's more down to the cache chip and the SSD controller. So I will rebuild this one. I will rebuild the SSD controller and see what is happening. On the other side, yeah, there is nothing. But since this area has been worked on, you know, it could have been affected this area too. And as you can see, it's darker in this area, obviously because of the work, but not only. So, okay, let's go and start. This issue came up only after I replaced the controller. Maybe the heat from that causes something there. Yeah. Yeah, I need to be sure anyway. So I will remove the chip. Let me think. How can I do it? Like this. Yeah, I'm pointing the heat away. And of course, Kapton tape so I can protect the SSD bank chips. That is important. That is very important. We don't want any data loss or dead chip because we didn't protect them from the heat. Heat coming from the board, it is fine. Heat coming from the top, it is not. A bunch of layers. Someone played with sandpaper on the APU. Gamer fix. No, I don't do box. I simply beat my customers. If they are doing something wrong or they are messing with their console and ask me for, you know, you are my last resort, please fix it. I will beat them first and then I will say yes. Okay, let me see what I can do. Nice. I am ready, but this one requires the preheater. Yes, it's better to use the preheater. So let me grab the preheater. My little trusty preheater. Yeah, you should expect a punch. Yes, absolutely. You are lucky you are away from me and you shipped this console to me, because if you dropped it in front of my door, you would have been beaten up. From this angle, so I need to put the heater closer to me. No. You know what I can do? I will also cover the connectors, the plastic connectors, with Kapton, so they can be protected from the heat coming from the plate. They will not burn. Even the capacitors. Those two capacitors that are there. Those two capacitors. And that is, and those three connectors. What is the I cannot remember any user, unfortunately. But for the time being, now I know for this live stream that you are that guy. Those two capacitors left. Here we go. Yeah, the one that sent me a console with a broken RAM that I cannot even buy because nobody is selling that. Is the most rarest RAM. Okay, power. We need power. Getting power. Flip the power cord. Powering on. 260 degrees. And let's wait for the temperature to rise. Yes, he's the Samsung guy. He's buying console that anybody is not able to fix. He's sending to me. So he's literally passing the troubles to others. He's the trouble guy. If this board is Samsung, nah, it will not be. It is! Oh! It is! I cannot believe it! Why? Why? If I'm able to fix this console, how can I take the RAM chip, you know? It's not possible. I cannot treat your console as a donor. What a coincidence. This is insane. Now I want to buy this console. I want to buy this this console for parts, so I can have the RAM chips. Or I can give you a discount if the console is we are not be able to fix it. I will take one chip and I will give you a discount on the repair, on the attempt, if you like, obviously. But this is insane. Customer consoles is having BM chips. Whatever console I have is having not Samsung chips. What are the odds? Ah, 140 degrees. I feel a conflict of interest here. Why? There is no conflict in interest. It's about that I need that specific RAM chip. And you have it. And I cannot do anything about that because this console is yours, not mine. Oh, well, it is what it is. I hope I can fix it anyway, because I ordered the RAM chips. from AliExpress. Anyway, so if anything, you know. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I already bought two RAM chips from AliExpress just in case, you know. But with AliExpress, you can never know. They might be faulty. There might be something else, you know. I would trust more RAM chips coming from a donor board than RAM chips coming from AliExpress. But it is what it is. Setting the station 400 and this is LED solder or LED free. I'm assuming you use leaded solder, but I'm waiting for your response. LED. Okay, so perfect. I can go a little lower, 450 degrees and 50%. So it will be faster and easier to work on this. Okay, we reached 260 degrees, but unfortunately, since there is a bigger gap, the board is still 100 degrees less. So probably we are around 140 degrees, 150 degrees. We need to wait a little bit more. I have one question. Why did you reball the cache IC and not replace the cache IC? The cache IC is a tongue twist. Because it doesn't make sense. You would normally try and change it since it's a small chip, I'm assuming. Maybe we can try and change it. What do you think? But since there was a difference when I put pressure on the chip, now this is a BGA issue for sure. Okay, we waited enough. Let me see if no, they're still solid. So they not even reach 160, 180 degrees. So coming with the hot air from top. You're done. Okay. Well, I would see if Rebol will fix it anyway. Maybe it's still good, the chip. But what was the clue that got thinking you? Maybe I should reball that IC. Only because it was that error. And you thought it was the cache IC to giving you that error, trying to get in clues there. Just reading Discord messages for same error. Okay. So someone also reported this error and potentially got fixed with the IC reballing. Okay, I got the two chip out. You tried the easiest to reball. Okay. Okay. Well, makes sense. So it's not totally wrong. But before messing with the BGA, I normally, try to see if I have a way to confirm it, because that error might be or might not be because of the SSD cache IC. Okay, I can see a little bit of a scratch in the mask there. Probably before I got the chip out, it was already there. We need to cover it. Getting some wick, starting to wick and clean the console. But Here we go. Yeah, it's about temperature. You can see it's gotten brown, obviously, the flux, okay? But it's about how quickly you go through the wicking process, if the board is still hot or not, because I have on the preheater now, no? So the board is continuously getting hot, allowing me to melt quicker the solder. So the iron will struggle a lot less on those bigger PCB. And you need a good wick, a very good wick. Like this one, for example. This one is the goat wick, okay? Made in Japan. This is the original one. And this is a very good wick. No, maybe you're using mechanic or maybe the same, I don't know. Okay, let's clean the flux. The board is still hot, so flux is still basically liquid. Not super dense, so we can clean it. Good. You need a John Wick. Okay, let's turn off the preheater. I will leave the board like this on the preheater. Put it away, so it will keep the board nice and hot for longer, so it will not stress because of the thermal shock that might happen if I take it out from the preheater. And now we need to re-bowl those two chips and put it back on and see what is happening, because I think that is the issue. We are having issues because there was a bowl issue. So it's time for bowls. Ciao riparaggi. E ovviamente puntualmente anche questo si blocca. Because it's full of flux. It is full of flux. Here we go. Now it's nice and smooth. I need to clean it. I need to properly clean it. Okay, let's re-bowl the BG, the cache IC. Let me dry out the IPA, SSD controller, and cache IC. You scratched it? Nah. Let me have a look. Really? Did you scratch it? No, it's looking fine. No, it's totally fine, Appy. It's not scratched. Maybe under it, you said? Yeah, I will have a look. Let me see. I will clean the chip. The pads. On the PCB or on the chip itself? I think it's on the chip, but I don't know. The pads on the board are looking okay, to be honest. So I don't think there is an issue. Let me have a look. And then we can decide. But I am not seeing any issue with my naked eye. The pads, I did scratch something in the past weeks. Might be that one. Let's see. Microscope. Yeah, I mean, there are a few scuff marks, I would say. So this one, but it's, to be honest, it's totally fine. I don't think it will be an issue. Let me see about bubbles, maybe. That can be an issue. If the chip has bubbled, has popcorn, maybe, like the RAM chips. No, I don't see issues with that. I think it's fine, sir. You masked it? With what? With the transparent one? Because that is not looking like a mask. Oh, wait there. Maybe there is a mask over the pads? This one is looking fine. This one I can feel there is a bump. Yeah, there is something. Okay, and here? No, here is fine, probably. Yeah, I can feel the pad. And there is... no, this is not masked. This one is masked. Yeah, clear mask, okay. But it's looking fine. Probably that was the issue he was having. Because in that spot, it wasn't making a proper connection or something with the pads. You know, the balls were not centered properly or stuff. Yeah, it's critical. It's a critical area. When you have those type of scratches, don't mask it. Don't mask them. It's better to leave them off, like that. Okay, so you don't ruin or mess up the pads. Like this one, for example. This one is I can see it is not masked because I can feel the dip. That one is fine. That one is totally fine. It will not mess anything, okay? Nice. So let me grab some balls, 0.45 balls. I don't think I have these stencil, because this is what, DDR3 or 4? And I don't have any stencil, I think, for this. I can check, but I probably don't have any. I have this one, but it's not the right one. I have the DDR5 stencil. No, I don't have it, I think. I don't think I have it. DDR4, yeah. Let me have a look on this. Oh, wait. Will this work? Maybe. I have a stencil for DDR3 with 3 balls, 3 rows of balls. Let me have a look. So I will place the chip there, and I will come with the stencil. I mean, we can use that. I can cover those, you know, with some Kapton tape, and then I can use the stencil. It will be faster. Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. We found a stencil suitable for this job. That is better than nothing. So we can be faster. Not for paste, for balls. Yeah, and I agree. If you have mask over the chip, the stencil for paste can create an issue. Let me place the chip. This is very tiny. It is something incredibly tiny. Okay, on the stencil, on the stencil itself. So let me remove the previous stencil. I will place this stencil now. Here we go. And I need to put down the stencil. Sorry guys, you cannot see, but I'm preparing the stencil. Getting down. Okay, so it will fit there. And again, I will like that, because I'm assuming that is the correct position. Checking with the microscope. Yes, that is the correct position. Controller by hand. Yeah, I mean, there is the proper, you know, way to approaching rebolling. Here we go. So now I can cover those holes with the other Kapton, the smaller one. No, I will not let you see how I use it. It's a secret. It is a secret. It is a confidential procedure that can only be known if you are an RV&R associate. If you like to be an associate, you have to pay for a subscription 100,000 euros yearly for being an RVNR associate. Okay, and then you can know how I use this stencil. Okay, covering the holes. Perfect. Now let me grab the balls. 0.45. No, 100.000 lire no. Ti ringrazio, ma delle lire oggigiorno non me ne faccio niente. Okay. I will give you my bank account so you can send the money. Everybody that wanted to be an RVNR associate, I will send the bank account code so you can transfer the money, and I will give you the RVNR badge to show to people, so they will know you are an RVNR associate. So I will grab the stencil like this, okay, firmly. Okay, you can see the color of my fingers. They are going white because it's strongly, okay. But I want to drop it like that, so I will go like this, okay. I will drop some balls, tiny amount of balls. I will go around, and then at this point I will knock the stencil. Obviously the stencil was not clean, so you can see the balls are getting stuck in whatever place they have something to stick. So any grease you may left, on the stencil, it will interfere. Okay, the stencil has to be super clean. And this is how I use the stencil. Okay, and I tap. Obviously now I need to drop any single ball because I forgot to put flux on the chip first. Okay, this is how I was only showing you the process, and then you will clean everything from the stencil. Whatever ball that is present there that is not necessary, you will take out of the place, and then you will drop the balls. Okay, and then you can come and clean again if there are any left. Be sure you don't have any balls left in the stencil. The only issue I have with this stencil is that there is this screw hole that unfortunately is in the way, so balls are getting trapped there. Okay, now let's remove the other balls because I don't need them on the chip now. Here we go. I remove everything from the chip because it's missing flux. And there's one ball there. Few balls there again. Here we go. So there are no more balls. Now I come with the is written on the stencil 0.45 millimeter. So we come with just a tiny bit of flux. Tiny layer of flux. Doesn't need much. Here we go. I will show you under the microscope. Microscope. Okay, let me see if I can, yeah. Okay, it's just a layer, a small layer of flux. You don't need much. Okay? Perfect. Hi, Christian. Welcome to the stream. Now again, I will place the stencil on top. We can see it's perfectly aligned. And we can continue. Now with the balls. So again, taking the stencil like this, the jig, I would say, not the stencil. Stencil is the metal sheet. Dropping few balls. Here we go. Not much. Filling the entire holes. Okay. Now dropping the excess. And cleaning the stencil from the remaining balls that are randomly placed in the stencil. Here we go. So the stencil is clean, free of ball. We drop again the balls, the excess balls. Now it should be clean. No, there are two more that don't want to go inside the... Here we go. Perfect. Now this is perfectly reballed. Okay. We now grab the entire stencil, okay, from the wheel, and it will place down, okay. After we will place down, we move it a little bit up and down, left and right, you know, circular motion, and then obviously put the lid on the jar of balls so you will not drop it. Okay. Now the stencil have 4 screws on the corners to help you lift the stencil perfectly vertical. So I will lift the stencil from the chip, and then once I cannot see any shiny balls, I can lift, and the balls are perfectly placed on top of the chip. We can look at the microscope. Look, every single ball have took place on its pad, apart from the last one in the bottom. This one wanted to go on a vacation. I never spilled balls, if you want to know from me, because I'm very patient. I'm very cautious about what I'm doing. So now it's time for the reball. I don't know what is this. This is a hair. We don't want contaminants when we are doing this kind of process. Nice. Now is the moment for the hot air. Hot air, 450 degrees, 20% of air coming from far away first. We need to heat up the chip first. We need to let the chip catching some heat. And you can see the chip is mold, so it's catching heat a lot faster. And the balls are already starting to melt and get into position. And obviously flux will help in the process. This is why we use flux. Flux is used to stick down the balls, so having some sticky substances to keep the ball in position while we are placing the balls, and then it is useful for the reball process. So heating up the chip. Obviously now there is an issue. The stencil is made out of metal. So in this corner, okay, the chip is contacting the metal and is dissipating the heat. So in the corners will take more heat than necessary. What I will do normally is taking the chip, for example, like this, okay, releasing the chip once I do the first reflow, and then I will put it away from the stencil, okay? And I will use the other one, the chip holder, because it's better, okay? It's not taking a lot of heat for this process. So I will drop the chip very carefully in the groove, like this. Here we go. So it will stay loose, okay? Has to stay loose. Then again, coming with the heat, slowly. This chip holder it will dissipate less heat, so it will allow the balls to melt properly on each corner. There is one single ball right there that don't want to go in its position. So in this case, I will help him. I will wait for the balls to cool down, and then I will come with the tweezer and push the chip just a tiny bit in position, wait for the cool down, right. So now the ball is a bit squished, but it's more toward the pad. Come with the heat, with the flux for the final touch. Here we go. I flooded the chip with flux. Oh, and one ball, would you look at that? One ball wanted to go on a vacation. Place the ball. We need to pay attention for that ball. Okay, it got into position. Here we go. Everything got into position. We are waiting for this one to melt and get in position. Okay, is not happening. So I will touch. Yeah, here we go. Just a tiny bit, so it could have been a bit oxidized or something. Now it's a perfectly ball chip with balls. Now we need to wait for it to cool down. And then we can proceed to do the SSD controller. In the meanwhile, I saw I have some balls that got into my mat for some reason. Maybe from the stencil before, when I was dropping the balls into the jar, some of them escape. But I will recover them and I will use them. I bought them and I will use them all. Every single one. I will not waste a single ball. Wasting a ball is like wasting money. Very good. Thank you, Ram guy, for the donation. How much is 14 PLN? Poland N, what is N for? How much is that? Maybe €1 or something like that. Here we go. So this one is perfectly done. Now it's cooled down properly. Look at that. Shiny balls, all perfectly replaced. Polish zloty. Why there is a Nendo? It's like €3.4. Oh, a lot. You are giving me so much money? Yeah, the color of the RAM though is a bit dark, I would say. I don't know how it's supposed to look like. Maybe it should be lighter in color. But I don't know. Lighter, I mean lighter like this maybe, you know? Like this lighter brown. I don't know. Okay. Let's clean this chip now. So I can use, again, the same chip holder can fit for the SSD controller. Okay. I will close it. Here we go. So it's perfectly fit. Yeah, to be associate. You need more, I said it. I said that before. If the stencil is 0.45, you use 0.45 balls. Yes. The stencil is telling you what size of ball you need. Obviously, the holes of the stencil are a little bit bigger, you know, to let the ball sit inside. Why there is a There is a hair in this controller. I don't know. Okay, overhead. Maybe one day you will have enough. Yeah. You can gamble some more. You know, I know you love gambling. Maybe one day you will win the jackpot. Okay, cleaning the chip. First, it's better to just remove the excess solder with my iron, so I will not waste too much wick. Okay, I'm waiting your money. Nah, he will never send me. If he win, I know for sure he will instantly go in some good places or buying a private island and party all day with some good chicks. I know him. Do you know which retimer I can put on an EDM 33 board? Whatever. Panasonic or Nuvoton. Whatever you have, you can fit. It's the same chip. Nice. So the chip is clean. We can remove the flags. IPA. Cleaning the flags. Good. Coming with the microfiber to clean the rest of it. Let me clean the rest. Here we go. So now it is time for the stencil. Do I have the stencil for... Oh! Oh, would you look at that? Ha! I noticed something. Oh, this might be an issue. This might be an issue. I will show you. I will show you. Ah, that is a bummer. Appy, you still there? I will show you why the SSD controller is having some issues. You ready? Are you there? knock in the chat, type in the chat. This is an issue for sure. Okay, you're still there. Perfect. Okay. I will show you now the SSD. Let me go. Okay. So from top, you cannot see it. It's looking perfect from top. Okay. But if I tilt it, can you see? There is a bubble. So the SSD controller have been overheated. This SSD controller now is dead. Again, we can check with the tweezer. Yeah, you can see. Good. This area and even this one. This is why it was not working. Yeah, you killed it, unfortunately. But this can happen because removing those chips without a preheater, proper, temperature control, can happen. There's nothing you can do. Even it can even happen with the rebowling process. Okay, you're going higher with the temperature or something else. This is why it was giving you. I was having, for example, if I was pressing on the SSD cache, this was making maybe some contacts, and that was completing the power sequence. Yes, so potentially it was a bad controller twice. This one for sure. The other one, I don't know. Okay, so we don't need to rebuild this one. We just trash them. Trash it, not them. It's not multiple. I can obviously send it back if you want. If you like it. I will put it on a side for now. But now we need a new controller. Yeah, those are details that has to be checked. When you remove the chip, when you clean the chip and stuff, you need to check if the chip has survived the heat cycle. Okay, SSD controller. I have one here coming from a board that is turning on. That was turning on, okay? It was having other issues. Basically, the game crashes on PS5 games crashes. But the SSD is not the issue. And even if it is the issue, I know at least it is working and the console allow the console to boot. Okay, so we will use the chip. I'm assuming it's the same. Let me check because it's coming from a 020 board. This one is the 62GG and this one is 62GG. Yes, it's the same. Okay. Just making sure. I will clean the chip on top of this. This is lead-free solder still because I didn't clean. It was coming straight off a working board. I didn't reuse it, I didn't reball it or something else, so it is still have its lead-free solder. This one is having some oxidized pad. Here we go, all sorted. This one also perfect. We don't want oxidation on pads, otherwise the balls will not stick. Now it's time to come with some low melt solder. If you want low melt solder, you can buy it now from my shop. It will be soon available for UK, even my flags, and some other tools and parts. I'm expanding my shop to reach UK audience. So if you are in UK, I will soon. Where is the? I was having a bowl in there. No. If you are in the UK, you can have access to my shop and the tools I use, the tools I recommend, parts, tested chips, and all sort of good things. If you are in Europe, you can still use my current shop, rvnr.it/shop, and you can see whatever you like to buy is there. If not, let me know. I can see if I can add to the store for you. Maybe it can be useful for also for others. Okay. So I reballed the. No, I didn't reball. What did I say? I mixed the solder with low melt solder, so it will be easier for bigger chips to clean the pads. Almost fixed. Almost clean. Not fixed. If you have shipping to Poland, you have one more customer. Yeah, I can do shipping to Poland. I can do that with the impost. Is allowing me for shipping with impost to Poland. And shipping is starting with a price of, I think, is 6 or 7 euros. Obviously, it is going higher with the weight, but obviously you can order multiple stuff. So you can pay only one shipping. But you have to pay with PayPal. And you don't have PayPal. And you don't like PayPal. And PayPal is taking fees. Unfortunately for us. But we cannot do anything about that. I cannot do anything about that. Nice. I would say I ordered them this week, basically. So Monday, I believe. Monday or Sunday. So they are in travel now. And obviously they will be available within two weeks, 2 working weeks. So 10 to 15 days, business days. So I would guess starting from potentially 10 or 15 of August. And then you can buy. But when it will be available on the website, there is a green tick, or I don't know how to say, to tell you the item is available for UK to buy. Okay? Perfect. Okay, let's check again under the microscope. So we can be sure that this chip is not bubbled, because we need to check. Okay, let's see. Shining the stuff. You can see in the middle is not bubbled. This is how it should look like. There are some few higher and lower spots. That is totally normal. But this is how it's supposed to look. In the middle is flat, and in some sides fixtures. What do you mean fixtures? I think I don't know that terminology. I don't know that word, what is meaning. Sorry about that. I'm not. I don't know still a lot of stuff in English. Do you mean potentially PCB holders or chip holders or stuff like that? Board holders, yes. There is already a board holder, if you like. You can go on my shop. There is a magnetic PCB holder, small board, obviously, like for example foam boards and Nintendo Switch boards or stuff like that. So small boards, okay. There is one with the logo and one without the logo, so blank. You can choose whatever you want and you can buy them. And I will send the order to UK and it will be shipping within 2 days. And with the 48 hours tracked shipping. I think there are 2 in stock for the one with the logo, and probably 1 only with the no logo. So you can buy whatever you like. Of course, I will implement some more stuff in the future because it's fresh, It's a fresh situation. I find someone that was able to dispatch the stuff for UK. So there will be more stuff coming soon. Once I have the money to buy them, because that is an issue, you know, is expanding a shop. You need to have a warehouse, you know, full of stuff. But that stuff, even coming from, you know, China, even though it's cheap, it's still expensive when it's in a job lot, no, or something like that, in a big lot, you know. Okay, so do I have the stencil? I have the stencil of the ammo one, if I can find it. I guess, I believe. Where is it? Is this one? Yeah, 62 GG. Okay, so I have this one for paste. I can use balls anyway. I can totally use balls, but I want to see if I have the stencil for ball. Let me have a look, because I have DDR5. I have stuff for PlayStation 3, some CPU. I need to find one that is suitable for this job. I don't... maybe this one. No, it's 0.6. And this one is 0.5, right? I believe I can fly. Not this one. This one is PS4. I don't need PS4. What is the stencil for the RAM I just did? Where is the top one? Top place? I lost the top of the jig? Really? Oh no, it's under the... okay. Found it. Okay, so I will remove this one. It will fit in there, so it will stay nice and protect. Okay, then let me see in this bag if I have the stencil. Otherwise, for this chip, we need to use paste. This one is no. I have no stencil for balls of this chip. So, okay, we need to use paste. Putting back the stencils. Now putting back the jig, because we don't need this jig anymore. I will probably start selling also this one, but those are expensive. From AliExpress, you can find them for 50 to 80 euros, only the stencil. 50 only the stencil, and maybe 80 euros with the... no, sorry. 50 for the jig and 80 for the entire set with the random multi-purpose stencils, you know, universal stencils, not multi-purpose. But yeah, you got the point. Okay. So, for paste, we need to place the chip, place the little stencil on top, and then place it there. Nice. Then we come £35 with the stencil. That one? Yeah, that is a lot cheaper. I noticed that for some items, let's say, if I want to buy 10 tube of flax of any kind, even Kimbo flax, in for me that I'm living in Europe is like let's say €4 each tube, okay, which is about £3. If I go with the AliExpress UK, I can find the same flax for £1 a tube. Which why? Why there is this difference? Why you want to take more money from Europe? So item from UK will be cheaper compared to Europe. That is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Obviously, I will make some profit out of that because it's my business, and I will try to be fair. I will not overcharge tremendous amount of money, Yeah, let's say, for example, a tube of flax, I will not ask 20 pound for a single tube of flax because I want to make money, If a tube of flax is cost me maybe £1, I will charge £2. Okay. Yeah, and EU has that stupid tax now, but I think even UK is following that rule soon. So it's totally trash. It is totally trash, and I'm trying to keep the prices as low as possible to have some money for me, obviously, and give something to you that is known good. Okay, put in some heat because my paste is as dry as the desert and is as hard as a rock. So I need to put some heat to get some softening into it, to soft it a bit, to softening it a bit. Sorry, I'm trying to learn, and learning require, obviously, to repeat myself even 3 times. I know English since 2024, I believe. So it's only 2 years that I'm speaking English. Obviously, I'm not fluent at all. But at least I think I can be understandable to others. And obviously there is a common sense, between people, So if they know I am not coming from UK, I am not a native English people, they will try and start to understand what I'm saying. What solder paste do I use? I am using Q solder paste. It's coming from China, obviously. Is leaded solder with some silver in it. But I bought too much. It's 200 grams, and it's basically, it will last me forever, basically, for every single reball I want to do. Wait, I need to clean it now. A handle? Oh, is that okay? I was using that like that. Is okay. You mean something like that? Oh, I see. So I will fit the spatula inside there. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes very more sense. You know? Is it? No, it's not. It's not for this. How can I? Where do I find the handle for this? You speak better English than some of French people I work with. Well, French people obviously is they are French. You know, you cannot expect French people to learn and speak English. Hi, Shane, by the way. So yeah, let me have a look at the situation here. No, the paste here is not spreading how I want to. Really. I have to soften even more. So we'll fill the holes in a better way. Here we go. That is better. Heat is the key. You will have the paste that is soft, a lot soft, so it can work better. Maybe adding some flax. There is already a lot of flax, but it's dried flax. You know, I don't want to mess up too much the things. Okay, I'm happy with it now. I need to grab now a piece of paper. And by the way, flax, there is a special liquid for that. IPA, and a paper towel, and I will go over this. So I will remove any excess that is going over the stencil. You can see there is a bit of an excess. And then I will left with the perfect amount of paste in every single hole. Yeah, that is looking good. That is looking good. Okay. Nice. Now, again, 450 degrees, 50% of air this time. Closing the paste. Coming with hot air from very far away. Yeah, no, I will suggest you to try and find mechanic solder paste. But unfortunately, for UK, you have a lot of issue with lead solder. Even if it is in paste, it's still lead. UK is trying to avoiding to let you buy, you know, the leaded solder in any form, which is annoying because lead-free solder is taking more heat and is more brittle and is creating a lot of issues. Leaded solder is very necessary in repairing stuff because it's lowering the risk is lowering the temperature, so the board will stress less and other stuff. If I could sell leaded solder, I would, honestly. But the problem is I cannot put any risk on the person that is helping me with the warehouse in UK. Because he's a friend and I don't want to give him trouble because he's distributing leaded solder to people under my name. The only way to have leaded solder is to be a company. If you propose yourself like a company, like you have a VAT registration number or something like that, at that point you have the ability to buy leaded solder for yourself, because it's a business perspective, you know. As far as I know, and don't quote me on that because I'm living in Italy, so I know Italy stuff, but not UK. But I know people in UK, so they are telling me this. They tried to buy leaded solder, but they couldn't because at that point the seller was asking if they were a company. Because as far as I know, company can have the right to use it, the leaded solder, for repairs only. Yeah, it's a very weird situation. Our governments are basically trying to stop us in all ways, from repairing stuff only because of money. Oh, you have plenty. You have plenty. At least, you know, at least you have some. Yeah, you're lucky. You should have bought more. A lot more. Okay, balls are starting to forming. Very nice. You're not able to see, but I see. Sorry, guys. I need to focus on this. Okay, balls are formed. Now we come with flux, with my flux on top of this, and then I will reflow. So the flux will seep into the stencil. How much time has passed? 3 hours almost. My goodness. And we are still in the middle of the repair. Yeah, that might be a two-part streaming for this repair, to be honest. We only got a short notification when the load changed. Yeah, they will never let you know when something important is happening. There's always this situation. Is always like that. reflowing the chip, so every ball will sit nice in place, in their place, with the help of my flux. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Here we go. I love to see. Less yap, more fix. I'm trying to fix something. It's not my fault. It's taking too much. You know, you are distracting me. Stop distracting me. I'm joking, obviously. Yeah, so here we go. I really love when balls, you know, misaligned balls get into position and perfectly aligned. I love that. It's my favorite part of reballing. So we can put back the paste, the balls, cleaning the stuff. So even the Kapton tape. We are almost ready for fitting back the chip. Very nice. The magnet is now boiling, obviously, because it's having the hot air pointed to it. Now, taking out the chip. Perfect. I will need to clean the stencil after this streaming, but for now it's okay. Now we need to clean this chip. Okay? So we need a chip holder. Perfect. And then IPA in the brush. Where is my brush? Here we go. I found the brush. And then cleaning the chip. Thoroughly cleaning the chip. From the flux, from the residues. Oh, there are few stuff that I need to sort out. Okay. But for now it's okay. So, coming with flux, because I will show you. Sometimes with the paste, is happening this. Okay, you can see all those residues are basically tiny microscopic solder balls that has to join. And even this one, look, is not even a perfect ball. It's just a clump of micro solder balls. So they have to go together, okay? This can only happen if I apply more flux and reflow the chip once more, okay? So I will do that. I will apply flux. Reballing use a lot of flux. We need plenty of flux. Nice, a nice snake of flux. And then coming with the hot air, melting the flux. Here we go, it reaches every single ball. And now it's time to reflow them. done. But now there is a problem. I don't know if you saw. Paste is paste. It's like microscopic, tiny little balls that need to melt together. So they are it's pretty hard. Unfortunately, this is normal. It's totally normal, unfortunately. And you can look now. If we look, it doesn't look too bad from top. But the problem is when we look at an angle, you can clearly see there are two huge balls here and here, and this is no solder left. So the solder paste that was in there floated in this point and in this point. So this now is having two big balls and no balls. And there are also other places. Where are the other places? We can look at an angle. Look at this. Bigger ball, smaller ball. Okay? We need to fix this. This is the problem of paste. Is having you uneven balls even though the amount you put is perfect. Okay? Look at this, for example. This is very small difference. I will try to keep the chip holder with my hand to let you see. What is this one? Here we go. Look at this. This is slightly bigger compared to the others. Very slightly bigger compared to the others. That will not cause an issue, but it's not even to the others. Okay? This is why using paste is difficult. Yeah, I got two big bowls. Yeah, I have. I totally have. What temperature was I using with my hot air? 450 degrees, 50% of air. Yeah, I saw the balls floating away from their places. So now I need to come with the wick and sucking up those massive balls. And this is kind of difficult because it requires a lot of precision. So I'm cutting my wick at an angle. This is why it's preferred to use balls, because balls you don't have they can join together, yes, if you are not careful enough, but you're having less problems. So I will cut one piece of wick with a tip at an angle like this. I will keep it with my tweezer. And then I will come with the hot air. And while the balls are melted, I will suck them. And I need to be very precise. Here we go. One ball is out. Second ball is out, but I need I need to cut off my wick once more, just a tiny bit. Here we go. Precision. So I got 4 balls just because that one also I think I touched it with the wick in the process and it got smaller. So at that point I will use balls, normal balls. Let me see the condition. Yeah, so now every ball is even, probably not that one. It's a bit bigger, but it can work, okay? It's not standing so much out from the others. So it is fine. We can leave it as it is. And then we can go over to the other one that was smaller, which was this one, I guess. This one, okay? Because if we look at an angle again, you can see the one. Here we go, 1 and 2. This is smaller, and this is bigger. Okay? Or I think that only that one is smaller, probably. And we need to fix that one. Where is that one? I will place my tweezer. Here we go. No. This one. Okay, I mess things up. Fantastic. Let me place it back. The chip escaped from the holder. Okay. Until I have this chip in place, and then I will test the console and see what is happening. So probably half an hour, 1 hour maximum. That is the one. Ouch, ouch! It's hot. So it is this one. This one. I leave the marks of the tweezer there. Okay, that one. Again, piece of wick. We need to suck those up, those two up, and we use some balls, and it will be good to go. So this one and the other right next to it. Here we go. Fantastic. Done. Now placing the balls. Those are 0.5 balls, I believe. Where are the 0.5? Where's my... It's down there. With all my balls. 0.5. I only have those. Well, I need not a lot. I don't need a lot, but let me see first. Let me see if those are the right size ball. Okay, so this is 0.5. It's looking a bit bigger, huh? If you place it there. I mean, it is on the pad, and obviously when we do this from top, it will be massive. Oh yeah, it will be massive. So maybe 0.45. I will go for the 0.45 instead. Where is my ball? Come back. Come back to me. So I will use the 0.45. Which should be better. Yeah, it's looking better. Let's see at an angle. It will raise up a lot anyway, but not so much as the 0.5. Okay. Let's see what is happening. Shall we? Let's see. We will melt that ball, and at that point we can compare with the rest of them. See if they are. See if this ball is bigger than the others or is smaller than the others. Yeah, here we go. I sit it down. Nice. Okay, good. Now it's time to check. Yeah, you can see it's rising even more. So the paste is not even 0.45. It is less than this. Okay. So I will again suck that up, and I can go for the 0.35. It's looking or even 0.4. I can go lower and lower, you know, until I find the correct match. Okay, let me wait. This is why it's better use the bowls. Here we go. Suck that bowl. Now I will go for 0. Okay. Bye. See you. Don't waste all your money. I will use one single ball of 0.35 and see what is happening. If I can grab one, okay? This is 0.35. Here we go. Yeah, pace is not ideal with the stencil. They should have created a stencil a bit more thicker. You know? Yeah, because the thickness is only 0.2 millimeters. And the holes are only 0.8 millimeters. So the area that is coming out, the volume, not area, the volume that is coming out from that is, yeah, you can see now 0.35 has almost the same height. Let's see what is happening. But having smaller ball can be an advantage in this occasion, because at that point you are having less risks in having bridges under the chip if you move the chip too much. Okay. The ball is looking smaller though. I can already tell from this. Yes, balls can fit into the holes. So 0.35 is having almost the right, yeah, 0.4. We can go with 0.4. Okay. Yes. Anyway, you can use the 0.45 balls with the paste stencil. It will fit inside, no issues. And you can even reflow the chip in there and stuff. But the problem is that you waste a lot of balls random, you know, in random places, because that is not a ball stencil. So every ball that you put there is going anywhere. It's going anywhere, and you have no control. Okay, again, grabbing the wick. And we will use 0.4. Check, and maybe hope it will be the last. Okay. Seems easy, huh? But it's not. I have a lot of practice to do that. Yeah. Nice. Reflowing the bowl. Here we go. Yeah, now it's looking almost the same. Let's see. Yes. Now it is equal to the others. It may be slightly different in shape because this is a bowl, so a bowl is better shaping than paste, but that is the size we need. Okay. So okay, then grabbing other balls. One ball there. Okay, and then 4 other balls there. If I can grab them. Second ball. Can you get off? No. No. The stencils for that jig are not heat resistant. They will bend. They will deform. So they are only to place the balls and you lift it. The ammo stencil one for paste is heat resistant. So it's metal that is supposed to take heat and it will not deform too much. Okay, you can still deform it if you give it, 500 degrees. But it can take some heat. Okay. I have all the balls in position now. Now it's time for the reflow. Starting with the one on the right. Here we go. Perfect. The one on the left. Few of them already reflowed into place. Now we need the last one. Here we go. Has found its place. Perfect. Nice. So now the chip is completely reballed. It takes some time, but again, everything is practice. You need to practice to be better, and you need practice to continue to be good. So this again was a good lesson, even for me. Again, balls are, I don't know. I don't know about balls because they might have no issues with balls. You can sell leaded balls, but it's still lead. You know what I mean? I cannot sell lead-free balls because that is a nightmare. I am totally against lead-free. Okay. So now is the moment of truth. we need to fix the PCB first. Let me put back the bolts. Because the PCB was having an issue about the mask. There was one single spot with the mask. Let me go under the microscope. Let's check. Here we go. There is a single spot with missing mask, okay, that we need to cover. So we need to go near it so we can have a better view. Here we go. Let me see even other places, but I think that was the only issue I saw. Yeah, only that issue, only that. If I don't cover that, it will breach the bolts when the chips sit. So I will use some of my green mask. It will take some more compared to the transparent one, but I need also to clean it properly from the flux. Has to be spotless, otherwise the solder mask will not stick properly. Here we go, nice and dry. It's a digital microscope. It is a digital microscope. That is too much. That is already too much. Let me redo this. So I have still some in the tip of my tweezer. Here we go. That is perfect. Look at that. That is the perfect amount. But it's in a bowl shape. I need to be flat. Potentially. You see, those ones basically you are referring to. They can be, but they can also be a power rail. Obviously, if we look back, okay, every single one of them is connected to these trays and these trays and these trays, and then is going out there. At this point, is reaching this big plane, and this big plane, we can go and look for any reference. Here we go. It's going to the ground because this is ground. You know that this copper plane is ground. So yes, that those obviously they are not square, but yeah, you can see as a square. Yeah, those are ground in this case, but it's not always the case. Can be something else, maybe a big power rail or something. I will spread, even though it's not needed in any other places, I will spread. So it will be more, how can I say, flat to the board. And it will not prevent any issue for the chips to sit flush onto the board. something like that. Okay, nice. Now we need the UV light. Let me connect the power to the UV light. Even though it's a small patch, we will give a minute to cure. So it will be nice and hard. And then we put the chips and hope for the best. Maybe this is all it needs to fix this console. But again, I like to be negative in this case. Okay, there are so many work has been done to this board that you cannot really tell. You know, it's not a simple error code or something like that. So can truly be anything. Okay, pin 1 is on this corner and pin 1 is marked with this arrow. Okay, so it has to be like this, in this orientation. I will put some flags though, there. A bunch of flags. I will spread it. So we have some flags the chip can use to solder itself. Okay, as locked in position. Now the little cache chip. Again, some flags. Spreading the flags. Fantastic. Now the chip position is in this orientation. I can see the arrow on the PCB that is telling me how to put the chip back. Fantastic. Good. Now it's time for the reflow and resoldering. What do you think? Type a comment in the chat. Will this board work again or not? We was able to save this or not? Well, the fault was evident, to be honest. The SSD controller. Yes, I am the Reball master. Joy is not, unfortunately, okay, for him. And yes, I will add, obviously, some in-depth courses on school about how to do reballing and such. The use of stencil, the property of the stencil, the property of the heat, you know, how to manage the heat, how well or bad a chip can handle the heat process and stuff, okay? How the PCB also. So yeah, I will try to cover, but that is a big project, you know? There are so many stuff that you can talk about that. We'll fix the power sequence, but not the main issue. Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. Okay, now we need to wait for the board to catch up the temperature again. $260 on the preheater. Wait 10 minutes or something. Oh, you need training. And you can totally, have a private course with me on my Discord server, if you like. Obviously, a private course is a paid course, and I will coach you basically from A to Z about everything you want. But it's up to you. Either you can wait on school because you're already paying on school, or if you want to skip anything, you can directly asking me. I do coaching for €30 hourly. So obviously you can ask whatever you want, any topic you want. If I'm prepared, obviously, I will talk non-stop, right? It's better to ask me if I know about one single topic before the course, just so I can be prepared maybe about the argument. So in pounds, I guess it would be £25 hourly or something like that. And obviously I am very flexible with that, no? Because if we are basically yapping for half an hour, I will obviously, give you half an hour more in a proper lesson, and not just a restricted amount of money based on time, because it's not fair in my opinion. $160. I prefer talking instead of writing when it comes to teaching, because it's easier. You can follow my tone of voice. You can follow my reasonings. Okay, you can ask directly, real time. If you have any doubts or something, you can make an example, and I will answer on the example. So writing take more time than speaking, always. So it will be less time consuming for me, which is already a big bonus for me, if I'm being honest, because time for me is very, very restricted with customer repairs, with my shop, with my shippings, with my buyings, with my helping in school, helping in Discord, helping. I help in 4 different type of Discords, and there are loads of people that need help. Yeah, and trying to make people understand the concept, not only just hearing what I'm talking about, because that is not the point. Teaching has the point in making you understand, okay? Till your bones, engraving the concept in your bones, in your brain, so you can use it as your own advantage in any case, in any scenario. If I'm telling you about rebowling, it's not about rebowling on this specific model of PS5 board, If I'm teaching you about rebowling, it's about any PCB you are coming across. So I'm always teaching people the fundamentals of an argument, of a topic, because that is important. So we are at 260 degrees. We need to wait some more before the board catch the temperature. Okay. Don't worry. You can don't worry, don't worry. It will be the time for school. But Joey is putting priorities over other stuff. And he wants to cover himself majority of the stuff. So basically, I need to wait him before doing something. About the multimeter, you know, I post the multimeter lesson because I had a call with him yesterday evening, and he said basically he don't want to cover that type of multimeter. And I said, but you need to cover it. There's no other way. People are buying those multimeters because they are cheaper compared to the auto range ones. And they also need to know how to use them to improve. But my opinion is different from him, obviously. We are trying to manage both of the situation in the same time, which is hard. How's the fix going? We are waiting for the chip to solder back on, and the final testing is coming. Okay, we waited enough. $450 degrees coming from top. Should be enough. Now the board is nice and hot. We just need to let the solder melt, and that is it. Okay, let me touch them with my tweezer. Let's see if they are soldered on. Yeah, it is locked in place, but I want to see them move and dance for me. So wait there, I will use some flux again. I have the nozzle clogged. I need to clean it. Because it's hard to push out a flux in this way. Yeah. Crystallization of the flux can happen. Okay, let me come back from top. Sorry if you don't see properly. I am not a content creator, I'm a fixer. I'm trying to be a content creator only to share the knowledge. not necessarily to show you everything. So you need to bear with me. Okay, let me see. Okay. This chip is soldered. The SSD controller needs a bit more heat because it's a bigger chip. Here we go. Fantastic. So everything has been reflowed. We can shut off the preheater. And let the board cool down on its own. Okay? This is very important. I will move for now the console, and I will wait some time for it to cool down. And I can probably cover some questions you have, guys. In the meantime, do you have any questions? I will open my question and answer section now for maybe 10-15 minutes. We can talk about something. Ask me any question you like, and I try to reply. Whatever question you want, you can ask. There is the moment, because I need to wait for 10-15 minutes. Why use solder paste when balls are more equal size? Yeah, that is a good... How do you make pineapple pizza? Using your butt, high grass paddle, high slot. You are lurking, huh? Solder paste is commonly used on manufacturing process, on in production lines. It's easier when it comes to solder chips and components, not really BGA. BGA, yeah, you can use paste as you said, as you saw, but it's not a precise science compared to bolts. Is faster though. It is faster if you manage to do a chip, a BGA chip with paste is faster compared to balls. But even balls, if you know the right technique, you can be faster too, because you saw, no? Grabbing the stencil, dropping the balls, moving the stencil, dropping the balls into the jar, so removing the excess, then you lift the stencil, is done. It's probably even faster compared to paste sometimes, if you have the stencil though. And sometimes stencils cannot be found easily, okay? They are not being produced for such size or stuff. And even for paste. So, oh, dropping frames. We are live, we are still there. Please guys, confirm me. We had a drop in OBS for a second. Are you still there, guys? Please confirm me. Okay, the live is still there. Fantastic. Thank you guys. Sorry for the drop. Was lost the connection for a split of second. What size ball for GDDR6 memory chips? 0.45 millimeter balls. Yeah, you have been making it wrong the entire time, Grasspaddle. Hi, Turan! Welcome to the stream. We are doing a FAQ moment here. If you have any question, please ask about repairings, about tools, about whatever you like to learn more. Because I need to wait for a board to cool down. David, if you like to get into BGA, I would suggest you to get any size balls, starting from 0.25 up to 0.6. Okay, there are some use cases for 0.7 and 6, but it's not so common. So from 0.25 to 0.6 is the common range, for anything. How often you use oscilloscope? Like probably, I would say once a month if I have something to use it. Which can be, PlayStation 2 or even other older game consoles like Sega Saturn or Dreamcast or I don't know, Mega CD drive, stuff like that. How much from 1 to 10 do you like fit? I don't know, but I know that Grasspaddle love fit. I got 0.3 to 0.6. Okay, that is a good range. I would still get 0.25 because on Nintendo Switch some chips are using 0.25. I can probably show you my feet, but the problem is after that you cannot see my feet anymore because YouTube will ban me. And at that point, what can you do? Okay, let's see. Board is still warm, but is not really super nice to touch, but it's possible to touch, which is good. Okay, we can remove the stuff here, starting to prepare the board, removing the Capton and other in all the positions. And hope for the best. Yeah, about repairing. My little RAM guy. Good. Connector and capacitors are fine. They are a bit dark, but only because they were like that before. So we can clean them. What is the higher voltage shock you ever got? My highest voltage shock was 450 volt from power supplies, and not only once, multiple times, because I am fixing power supplies. So it can happen that when I open them, they are still charged, and this is not is not pleasant because they are broken, so they cannot bleed the voltage they have in there. Okay, that capacitor is looking brown, but it's still fine. Perfect. Now I hope everything is fine there. I can go clean. No. This is another board. This is another board coming from another person that should be in chat. It was before. So customer, it was in chat before. Probably still is. Hey, here we go. We have a factory now. No, we have a farm now. Sorry. We have a farm. We are having feet lovers, ananas pizza lovers, and then we have cows. Precisely hot cows. Hello, my guy. How are you? Yeah. Apicetta is still here, waiting to know if this console is working or not. Okay. So, again, dropping frames? No. It's not frame dropping, it's the connection loss. Because I can see the chat got disconnected for a moment. Okay. Now you will see me do something you will never guess. I will put thermal paste on a PS5. But only for this time and only for testing purpose. Because right now the APU is not having the sponge, the protective sponge and other stuff. Yeah, chat for some reason chat is disconnecting for me. I don't have any a good connection. You can check power sequence first? Yes, good shout. Absolutely. I can do that. Now the board is cooled down properly, so I can totally touch it. Is almost, I could say, maybe 30-35 degrees. Oh, you also got disconnected. Okay, maybe it's a YouTube problem. I don't know. Okay, so 12 volt coming with the power supply. 3, 2, 1. Power sequence 220 still. So it's not solved. is not solved. We are having an issue, but where? And that is pointing to the SSD. And I know this SSD controller is totally fine. I can assure that. It's not burned, it's not anything else. I can even check the resistances if needed, but I know it's working because I took off from a working board. $222. Yeah, and it's going back down. So it's not solved. Probably the cache chip, again, is having some issues. Let me test that. I will go with ground. Yeah, my goodness. The connection is proper bad with the chat. I'm sorry, guys. I am very sorry. I hope the... Damn, it's annoying. The video is still going, so you can even though you are not able to type in chat, you can still see me and hear me properly, or you have issue even dropping frames or stuff or buffering. Okay. I was waiting for my chat keep connecting and disconnecting for some reason. 222. Okay, I will go for the ground point. Okay, and I will try and bend the board in this position over the SSD controller and see what is happening. Okay, I will press down the SSD controller. 222. No. If we go over this section for the 222. No. So I am pressing hard on this, basically, on this part, which is the cache IC. No. Maybe let me see if I can. How can I do this? Maybe just bending the board, not pressing but bending the board. Let's see. No, it's not making any difference. No. Okay, the power sequence is still there. It's still having an issue. Okay, and is complaining about the SSD apparently. Okay, let me check if I clean this with IPA. Internal board issue. It might be because of the because of the heat that has been applied. Is a possibility. But I don't know. So let me clean under the chips. I will use hot air. I will do 320 degrees, 100% of air, so it will melt the flux, but not the balls. I can clean the chip under by spraying IPA. Okay. I will try to tilt the board now. So flask can come down. I hope it's enough to do something. Yeah, now there is a mess of flux. Hello, are we still alive? Just to be checking. Just checking. Because I'm worried about my connection, to be honest now. It's continuously floating. 5,000 kilobits, 4,000. Yeah, okay, we are. Then it's dropping to 2,000 kilobits, is all over the places. Okay, let's check The ball's under. Shall we? The ball's under. What is happening to my microscope? Now it froze. It froze the microscope. Are we still? Yeah, is okay there, but not there. Okay, my microscope just died for some reason. Let me turn it back on. So we can have a look under the cache. I see. Maybe there is some problems, issues, or something. I don't know. This is too near to the chip, though. Let me move out a bit. Where is the? Here we go. Okay. Do we have issues with the bolts? No. Bolts are fine. I don't know. I cannot tell if that is flax or is a bridge. I'm assuming it's flax. Let me spray some IPA. Yeah, it is. It was flax. It's now a bridge. Okay, balls are perfect. Let me see on this side. Even on this side, they are okay. They are fine. The middle one doesn't look cool. Yeah, but it was only flax, I believe. What is happening here? Why? What is happening here? Okay, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look equal. Hmm. That ball, this one, even this one. Seems like it's not connected. It should be looking more like this. Okay, I can try to reflow this. Yeah, it's looking strange, very strange. Hmm. Let me see the last place and the last side. Wait a second, I need to go outside of the desk. Where is it? Here we go. This is looking fine though, in this side. Yeah. Or it can be flux. No, I don't think it's flux this. It doesn't look like flux. Okay. I will do a reflow then. Reflow it is. Damn, I never thought it was so hard to solder this chip. Well, it is in a big area full of ground pads, basically. Ground plane. Okay, that is enough. No, no nozzle. Let me use some Kapton tape over the SSD. So we don't burn it. We need to focus on this chip. Send me a DM on school, and I will sort that out for you when I finish the stream. Or send me a message on Discord. What you prefer. Okay, flux is starting to melt and going under the chip. Just a bit more. Okay, that is fine. You saw it is reflowed now. It is moving. There you go. Should be fine now. Now let's see. Immediately, I want to see under it what it's looking like. So let me grab the scope outside the bench, and we can have a look under it. Can I have a better angle, maybe going a bit more further outside. Okay, now it's looking better. A bit better. But yeah, it's looking like some balls are bigger than the others. I don't know. Very strange. Very, very strange. I will try to reball maybe tomorrow at some point. Let's see what he's doing now, because now is almost 1 a.m. for me, which is well over bedtime. And I will obviously let you know, Appy, about this. And I will try to maybe change the chip. Maybe it's something, you know, how can I say? It's not totally flat, you know, anymore. Maybe the merger bubble. Yeah, it can be. It can be. I didn't touch it a lot, you know, but it can be. Again, let's check for the power sequence. 1 second. I will cool down the board with my fantastic tool. So, where is the nozzle? Here you go. I will mute myself so you don't hear anything. I am back. Hello, everybody. Nice. So, time to test the 12-volt power sequence, and I will let you know what kind of power sequence we have. 3, 2, 1, go. It's going to 220 milliamps, and that's it. Nope. Okay. I will try to change the IC cache next time, though. Now it's too late. I'm too tired and I cannot continue this work. So it will be for tomorrow at some point. I don't know if I will stream it because my time is very limited. I need to sort on some stuff also. So we will see. Okay, there are some other people that are also asking for courses. Unfortunately, the power sequence error hasn't been solved yet, but it's pointing to the SSD area, which is a good starting point. What is the F7003 fuse saving? I don't know. Depending the board, depending the revision. F7003 is there. F7003 is protecting the sub-bridge in this revision, the sub-bridge power management IC. In other revision might be different, might be named in another way, or I don't know, maybe is on a different place. So I don't know. Oh, EDM010. Okay, so yeah, is the sub-bridge PMIC. And I believe also the what is called the Wi-Fi power IC. I believe this is the chip. SBV. Yeah, it's the same SBV. So yeah, that is the power that is protecting. So this PMIC and this PMIC. Okay. All right, guys. I will let you know. Probably, I don't know. Obviously, Apicheda will know for sure because this is his board. And that is it. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you learned something. And that's easy. And that is it. Okay, guys? I have no more words. Which is strange. No, it's not strange. I'm used to not speak. Have a good night, everyone. And see you in the next stream. Okay, guys? Bye-bye. Coming soon more videos also. I'm preparing some videos too. I need to edit them. So be ready for that, because in August I will start back to put some videos. Okay? Some interesting videos, hopefully. Bye-bye.